should have sound on YouTube stream, so just let me know if we don't, and I'll get that taken care of as soon as possible. But based on everything on my end, we should have sound. Just give a couple minutes for people to show up if they're going to. Alright, probably gonna lose signal here just for a moment with all the trees. Potentially. Maybe not. Maybe I'll be surprised. Anyway, I'm just gonna hold off for just a moment to let a couple more people join in if they're going to. But long story short is I have no idea what exactly I'm doing right now, but figured I'm driving around towards some storms, so I'd fire up the stream. Alright, so basically, I have no idea what's going on in this area. We had a couple of storms that have tried to go up, but then they've gone north of the warm fronts, then they've kind of weakened and I wouldn't say they've totally died, but they have weakened substantially. So I'm not exactly sure where I'm going from here. We've kind of got a bit of a storm west of my location, just west of Wisconsin Dells, that looks like it's potentially trying to intensify a little bit. Then there's also a storm southwest of there, kind of just northwest of Spring Green, Wisconsin. That one's might be far enough south of the warm front that it'll have time to mature before it crosses over, but I really do not know at this point, but here we are. There's also a squall line a ways off to the west that's still currently in Minnesota that we will potentially be monitoring for that as it comes eastward as the evening and as the afternoon and evening progresses, because it could also turn into a flash flood event in various places because there's a lot of precipitable water in the atmosphere, and a lot of these places have already had a substantial amount of rain in the past week or so. But yeah, we will see what happens. We've got, I think we've got a bug on the lens again. I cleaned it up just before I left, but apparently we still got a bug on the right side there. And I'll tilt the camera up just slightly so we don't get as much of the vehicle roof in the shot. But in fact, I might do that just up here and pull over so maybe this person will get off my bumper. Find a safe place to do it that's not like right over the top of a hill. Oh wow, look at the timing of that. A semi just pulled off to the side of the road in front of us too. But I wanted to do this like right now because up ahead I can just see like a wall of rain. So I want to get this taken care of before we drive into that, because that would not be very fun. Let's see how that looks. Just gonna pan the camera around a little bit just to make sure. So yes, that, I'm just gonna turn it directly to the side just to see how much of... Alright, perfect. I like how this is set up now. Much better. Now, you know, you can actually see some of the sky and not mostly roof of the vehicle, so it's always good. So at this point, like I said, I really don't know what to expect from today. It could be an eventful stream, it could be a very uneventful stream. It just kind of however things pan out today. I really don't have a lot of expectations for today. So that storm south of Boston actually does not look too bad right now, honestly. Let me... So I think for now that'll be a target storm. Also got this. Once again, it's not much, because pretty much what you can see is what I can see. It's not much to look at, but got this little, I'm not even going to call it a storm, I'll call it a shower, just north of Wisconsin Dells that it has extremely, extremely minimal rotation in it. I'm not concerned about it whatsoever, but we'll just keep an eye on all these storms, because right now these should still be south of the warm front. They also have, that's actually interesting. Hold on. I do find it slightly interesting that now we have storms firing like west and southwest of Madison, because those might have more time in the warm sector.
Yeah, I know. It seems like they're having a hard time staying what they are, though.
Yeah, that one by Richland Center has my interest at the moment.
Yeah, they just basically dumped the severe warnings on my squall line in one special weather statement, so...
Rip.
I mean, I don't know. I haven't looked at tomorrow that much. I mean, if tomorrow ends up... If we could get an actual chase down here, like west of Madison or south of Toma or something, I would write off tomorrow to chase it, but... Like, I'm almost, like, our squall line up here even shit the bed. Like, this whole thing is just not happening.
Yeah, since I'm not chasing tomorrow, at this point I'm just committed to this stuff, so I guess I'll see what happens. So, yep. You heard it, folks.
I'm not sure why everything's struggling so bad. It's like this squall line should be taken off. Even like HRRR, which I put little faith in, but HRRR has it really kind of breaking up pretty early. But also last night the models were showing this thing like getting going at like noon and being to the Mississippi River by like 4. It's nowhere near there yet, because I thought I could almost just hang out around Madison and get the squall line, but it's nowhere near, so I don't know how far east it's really going to make it.
Yeah, I have no idea. The models haven't seemed to have had a good grasp on this. Like, even like the 12Z runs this morning, all the different models were saying different outcomes, so I have no idea which one may or may not be right or what to expect, but I'm here, so may as well see what happens. So yeah, it's kind of the situation we're at right now. I
might be transitioning to a flat foot risk, especially behind the line, but that's going to be in like Minnesota. It's not possible to get to Wisconsin eventually, but it's going to be a while till that happens anyway.
I'm almost writing off anything south of 39 or 90, 94, or what is it, 90, whatever the hell. I'm kind of writing off everything south of there, to be honest with you. Like, I really didn't expect this, and I didn't expect the squall line to die out like that. That's really weird.
I think the warm front got shunted way too far south, and it's just filling the entire setup.
Yeah, probably. I mean, I'm only at 68 degrees up here.
Oh, I got it. Turn on the defog on the windshield, it's starting to fog up a little bit. Or a lot of it, actually. Looks like we're struggling a little bit with signal right now, but there's not much I can do about that, unfortunately. There's just not much of a cell signal out here, and the Starlink isn't liking the trees and the fact that we're under part of the storm. I'm actually just gonna pull off into this little gravel area here just for a moment to kind of reorient myself on what exactly is going on with radar and what we might want to do for a plan of action. Just give me just a moment here. I'm thinking I'll probably continue west towards Boston. But I just want to make sure I'm not like missing something and making a mistake of some sort. I don't think I am. I guess that's what we're gonna do, and I want to get going here so that we weren't stuck behind those semis. So we will continue west towards Boston. It's not much, but it's the best that we have right now. So, and I do think that later in the evening it could become a more pronounced flash flood risk depending on how far that squall line makes it east. So it could be mostly a Minnesota thing, or it could make its way into Wisconsin as well. It's hard to tell because, as we were talking about a couple minutes ago, there's very little model consistency in the events of today. I do think we'll see something cool today. What that is, I haven't the slightest idea, but I have a strong suspicion that we'll see something cool today. A little bit more so that you guys can see a little bit more of what's happening at the moment. We're about 10 miles from Boston. See, maybe we'll start to see some sort of base or some but not sure. We'll find out eventually. The camera is picking up a little bit of something more than I can actually see in person, just because of the vehicle, with the windshield and the frame of the vehicles, because it has a wide angle lens, so there could be a little structure as we get close to it. May actually be trying to get a little bit of rotation in it. Yeah, it's trying to get a little rotation in it, and the echo tops are still high enough that it may have enough oomph to try something. I'm not sure. Don't hold me to anything, because it's just an observation I'm making without any visual on the base of the storm or anything. But based on radar alone, it may at least have some wimpy wall cloud on it or something, or not. We'll find out. Other than that, how is everyone else doing today? See if there's anything.
Channel mode 2. The upper 60s. Southwest wind.
We'll listen to the radio for a minute to see if there's any update of what National Weather Service thinks about the potential flooding for this area, because I have not had a chance to look. See what we have for road options. We don't have any south options until we get to Boston, it looks like. That's kind of a cool view. It's not much to look at, but it's something. Like once we get down here, maybe. Might take this next left. I think let's see how many trees it looks like on either side of the road. I'll keep that road in mind in case we come back to it. It said that there was a boat landing down that way, so maybe there's, well, that would mean that there is some sort of body of water, so maybe it would give us a good view of something, but... I'm interested to see what this may look like when we get south of the precipitation. We take this Highway 12 south. Let me look. Yeah, I don't want to jump on the interstate right now, because then we have very limited areas where we can get on and off if we want to get south. I'd say that this is a steady rainfall at the moment. It's not a downpour, but it's steady. So, again, even though this may not be heavy rain, there's enough precipitation later in the evening, this could kind of like already saturate the soils a little bit and the drainage systems and potentially cause flooding issues later when that squall line potentially comes through. Why is everyone going like 5 miles an hour? Right now I am going 32 miles an hour in the 35 and passing people like they're not moving. Turn left in about a half mile, and then I'm going to take this, it's called I-90 alternate on the map, but I think it's actually, yeah, it's Highway 12. Okay, yeah, there is some standing water along the shoulders. See vehicles kicking it up. Okay, so here's our left turn. Make sure they stay on their side of the left turn lane. Perfect. And this will be our left turn for here. Yep, I was in the intersection. You ran the red light. I had a protected left turn, but okay, bud, whatever you think. So now we're heading southeast. And yeah, echo tops on this storm are definitely decreasing. I think I'm fairly certain that this is weakening. But we can continue taking this road because this will get us the same direction as if we were taking the interstate, because it's the alternate route. So well, thank you, Deb. Much appreciated. So right now we're looking southeast. to see what is going on here. See if maybe I can turn the camera and that can get a better view. Everything is so wispy with all the precipitation and dew points. It's almost like a fog as it's rising back. Just trying to see if there's anything of interest, because as I was making that turn, it looked slightly interesting in person, but I wasn't able to get a good visual on it long enough to potentially even make out anything, any sort of structure or something like that. Now we're kind of out of, well, we're out from underneath the storm now, and we're kind of going southeast, paralleling the interstate. But you can see just like how, I don't want to call it scuddy because it's not, but how it's kind of, well, scuddy isn't the right word, but that's kind of the vibe that all this stuff is giving. It's just almost like fog that's rising back up as it's condensing, because the dew point is so high from this precipitation and the temperatures are cooling off so rapidly. Right now it's 68 degrees, so if the dew point is 68, well, then there you go. That explains it. But I'm going to see if I can turn the camera a little bit. Maybe get you guys a better view of something, what that might be. I have no idea. We're going to pull off to the side here and let them pass because they were a wide load and I did not want to have them sideswipe me around that curve. At this point, I think we're just going to continue slightly southeast. Well, let's see if, let me look at the map and see if we have like a good, almost due north-south option. It's unlikely that we do. Okay, actually, we have this Highway 58 just off to our west, and I think we're going to take that to head a little further south, because there's a couple of storms south of here that they're not intense right now, but they seem to be organized enough that they could potentially take advantage of the warm sector environment down there. I also see that we now have a mesoscale discussion from here all the way over to Lake Michigan for flash flooding. Okay, I'm not going to read the whole thing, but something that just popped out to me is, this is specifically for Green Bay mentioned in this line, but it means a lot for the other environments as well. Green Bay is likely to see up to 500 joules per kilogram of most unstable CAPE. The stage is set for widespread thunderstorms that can contain up to 2 inches per hour of rainfall. So even in areas that haven't seen a ton of rain over the past couple days. 2 inches an hour, depending on how long those storms sustain or how slow they're moving over that area, that could definitely cause flooding issues. So that's something that I'll be carefully monitoring as the afternoon and evening progresses. I mean, at least we've got some sort of a view. It's not much, but it's something. So right now that's looking off to our north. So that's that Mauston South. I can never remember the name of that town. Yes, Mauston. Yeah, nothing really of interest over there other than it's the best view to point the camera at the moment. Because with it being so humid close to the surface and with all this low-level condensation, pretty much is what it is, it makes it very hard to make out any sort of structure, and it makes everything just look wispy. Thank you, Sea Rain. That's much appreciated. So if you live in, I would just say anywhere from like southeast Minnesota, northeast Iowa, to anywhere in like southern Wisconsin, from like Green Bay south all the way to pretty much Illinois. If you live in any flood-prone areas, I would definitely keep a extra close eye on the news and your local weather tonight, because there is the potential for flash flooding, especially in those already flood-prone areas, creeks, streams, rivers, or even just down here. There's, if you look around, there's some hills. So like if you're at the bottom of a hill, I'm sure anyone who lives in one of these areas knows exactly what I'm talking about if your property is at like the bottom of a hill. But all that rain from the hill will just cascade down, so definitely something to monitor, especially today. Right now we're heading towards Laval, I think is where we're gonna, is the location I'm gonna put in the GPS. We're only about 15 minutes from there, so that's not bad at all. Hoping that the little bit further south that we'll go might be able to see a little bit better structure, because the dew points are also slightly higher down there. There's the surface temperatures are also higher than that, so there's a larger temperature dew point spread. So we might be able to have a little bit better visual than we do right now. So, but thanks everyone who's watching along today. Always appreciated.
Take the next left onto Wisconsin 58 south.
Okay, so here we'll be turning south onto 58. It's clear to the right as far as I can tell with the hill right there, so we about 10 to 15 minutes from Laval, Wisconsin. And then from there, we may continue a little bit south to maybe look at that storm that's southwest of Richland Center, if it can sustain. Or we'll go east towards Wisconsin Dells and get that little shower that's over there. It's a very unusual environment because typically I would say we're going to go to this storm or that storm, but at this point it's kind of seeing which little areas, which updrafts sustain, so I'm calling them showers at the moment because they are definitely not storms per se. Might struggle with a little bit of signal up here depending on how much cell signal we have out here because Starlink is not going to like all these trees on either side of us and slightly overhead, so the signal gets a little choppy, that's why, but it'll return momentarily, so here we go. Driving through here definitely looks like an area where I would expect a lot of mosquitoes. It has that feel to it. It's damp. Looks like there's a little bit of a creek off on our right side with all these trees. It's like, yeah, I would need like 10 gallons of bug spray to even consider walking outside in this. Back just a little bit because it's not hot, but it's very humid in here, which makes sense given how humid it is outside the vehicle. Found it. Precipitation. Oh, absolutely, yeah. All the mosquitoes, yeah, I would believe it. Minnesota, Wisconsin, and one of the absolute worst places is Upper Michigan that I've been. Just so many mosquitoes. Hi Sharon, how are you doing? can get for potential visual as we get a little further south here. Might be encountering a bit of a precipitation area shortly. This corner at 45 according to the sign that you can barely see with the tree covering it, but okay, works for me. Just so hard to make anything out when everything is just misty, foggy this close to the ground. Because we would typically be able to have a good view of the storm off to our north by Boston. Over this. Hold on just a second. Let me. Very sharp curve. Just so many trees, it's impossible to be able to make anything out. Right now we're heading like due south. So looking off to my left would be due east. Was a nice top of a hill that we could just stop on for a minute. That would be fantastic, but everywhere we get to a top of the hill there's a bunch of trees blocking our view. Definitely a steep grade decline here. I can understand why they had that sign back there. So radar is showing ever so slight of an area of rotation off to our northeast. Ever so slight. It's hardly anything to even consider, honestly. Yeah, I'm not even gonna stop for the moment to see if we can get a visual, because it's just going to be hopeless given how far away it is and how minimal the rotation is. I would doubt there would even be any sort of lowering. But I will keep an eye on it, and if it looks like something we should go for, I would have no problem going for that. This is 33 east. They are turning, so we are clear. You can see a fairly good looking updraft tower right there with the towering cumulus. That's off to our southeast actually. So that's the storm that's just west between Baraboo and Reedsburg right now. So I was thinking about going towards Reedsburg to get on that cell. However, I just looked over on Google Maps, and the road that goes from Reedsville down to Loganville is closed for construction. So if we go down that way, we have to go way out of our way to keep going south with any of these storms. So unfortunately, we're gonna have to not go for that one, and we have to turn right. So we'll probably continue south on 58, I would think. Who knows, maybe we'll get lucky with a view of something somewhere. Really glad I noticed that road closure before we committed over to that storm. Otherwise that would have been very unfortunate for long term for the chase this afternoon. Yeah, there's a view off to that storm over by Reedsville to the east. And then as you can see, kind of back behind us is that little itty bitty shower that's over Lavale right now. But there's really not much to be able to see with that. And we're about to enter some trees, so we'll lose visual on that area a little bit as well for a moment. Cazenovia is down to our south. I honestly have not chased this area of Wisconsin like at all. So all of these town names are kind of new to me, so I'm seeing them for the first time. There's a nice little area. Ooh, this is actually kind of pretty. We're gonna stop here just for a minute, and I'm just gonna reorient myself with radar to make sure that we're making the best decision we can with the available information that we have. Yeah, like everything to the south is honestly not looking great. That storm over by Richland Center that I was watching, like all of them seemed to go up, and then like the echo tops get to about 35,000 feet, and then they just kind of die, which is not what I was expecting from today because of the amount of instability and kind of pretty much the lack of capping down here at this point. See if I can get any better opinions by looking at the Milwaukee radar site. We've got kind of like all these little, I'm going to call them popcorn showers, kind of all over the place. But they pop up, they produce some pretty heavy rain, it looks like, and then they kind of die out. Just want to make sure that we don't make a mistake by continuing way too far south and then be trying to play catch up in case this squall line does start to do stuff further north. We want to make sure we're still close enough to be in position for that. Let me take a quick look at mesoanalysis. See what it's showing for the current environment. Go back to the Milwaukee radar site for a second and look at what it's showing for echo tops on some of these and the progression of it. No, this isn't going through on the stream. I'm just kind of checking this myself. To be totally honest, nothing really looks that great at the moment. Okay, mesoanalysis is now loaded. Okay, so to the north of us here, looks like down here is best for surface-based instability. I think what we'll probably do because all the storms off to our southwest that kind of keep popping up just keep dying. There's a couple of new ones that or actually quite a few new ones that are starting to go up off to our southeast, so thinking maybe kind of heading down towards Madison might not be a bad call. So we'll head east, I Yeah, we'll head east towards Reedsburg, despite what I was saying earlier, because I don't think we would want to drop south from there anymore. So if we need to, we can go over to Highway 12 by Wisconsin Dells and Baraboo to drop south if we need to. Or we can continue and follow that and kind of continue north, either on the interstate, or we can go east and take I-39. Just want to make sure that we're trying to make the best decisions we can with the information we have to be able to see the coolest stuff. One thing I have noticed with these storms, or these showers really, is the lack of lightning. That is definitely something that I've noticed.
In a quarter mile, turn left onto Iron Street.
Up. And I just realized that we are still heading south on this road. Actually, we'll just turn around in this nice parking lot right here. Looks like a parking lot. Yeah, Shady Knoll Sales. So, if anyone asks, we were considering buying a log from the parking lot. I don't know. We've got to go a little bit north here to get back on
Continue on Wisconsin
33. That'll take us towards Reedsburg. Then I'll get the camera spun back around to the right side for you guys. The right side and the correct side, because in this case, the right side is also the right side. At least it's kind of pretty. If there weren't the trees there, we might be able to maybe see the updraft base or something, but regardless, it's something. Once again, I think we'll kind of head over east towards Baraboo, through Reedsburg to Baraboo, and then make a decision from there if we'll want to go
in half a mile.
east on
Main Street.
90-94, the interstate there, or go south on 12, or what we want to do. So one thing is for sure, at this point there's no obvious target of yes, we should go here.
Take the second right onto West Main Street.
Okay, stop, accept right turn, and we're right turn, so we're not stopping.
In 1,000 feet, turn left onto Northeast Street.
Yeah, Wisconsin has lots and lots of pretty little towns.
Left onto Northeast Street, then you will arrive at your destination.
As of, okay, Google Maps, you need to stop. Just stop talking for a minute. Or 10 or an hour. Yeah, the colors through here are really pretty, actually. Heading southeast. I think heading southeast is a pretty good call right now because, I mean, although we've seen it on the echo tops earlier for other storms, right now, I mean, this is subject to change in like 10-15 minutes, but right now these updraft towers look fairly healthy. Not quite as explosive as I would expect, given the amount of instability. So there's obviously something that's limiting that. Looks like the storm directly over Wisconsin Dells is starting to increase its echo tops. Looks like it might be trying to break. Let me get that number for you real quick. Yeah, it just barely broke 32,000 feet. So that's one that we'll continue to monitor, along with all the rest of these as well. Just kind of a monitor everything and see what may look the best. Hello, Sean. You're in a severe thunderstorm watch. I think they issued a severe thunderstorm watch like down in like Kansas area, right? Yeah, northeast Kansas up through pretty much to the southwest side of the tornado watch they had issued, and then they also have one issued over on the east coast as well. So. Right now, the cell that was just directly over the road in front of us, that's the cell that's just west of Baraboo. Should be able to maintain a visual on that one as we continue east towards Baraboo, because we won't be underneath it because it'll continue moving north, continue to move northeast as we go east towards it. It's well, it's not kind of, it is in a radar hole, so no radar site really has a good visual on this part of the state, because it's just scanning up so high. So it's hard to get a true idea of what's happening closer to the surface, but it has good reflectivity returns, and given the elevation it's scanning at, actually for all of these, they're fairly decent. So who knows, maybe things will start organizing more now. I honestly wasn't expecting stuff to really even fire until almost 4 o'clock this afternoon, so the fact that stuff was already starting to go up, although in a limited fashion, at about 2 p.m., that was a bit of a surprise to me. So maybe the show wasn't getting started early and that was just, you know, pre-show, like pre-halftime show or something, I don't know. So maybe the environment has improved enough that storms will be able to sustain. Maybe not. Who knows? We'll find out. Almost to Reedsburg, and this is where that south option that I was originally thinking of taking is closed, so we'll have to continue eastward, which is not a problem at all. Yep. So this is Reedsburg. Oh wow, population of just over 10,000. Based on the size on the map, I'm surprised it has a population that high. I thought it would be a lot lower than that, but never been through here. So I'm just gonna put Baraboo in the GPS so Google Maps stops trying to reroute me to where I don't want to go anymore. There we go. Thank you, Google Maps. Much appreciated. Oh, thank you, Semi, for not pulling out in front of me. He probably could have made it, but then so it's always appreciated. So we'll just take basically Highway 23, and it looks like it turns into 33. Take that almost all the way to Baraboo. That is a fun town name to say. So if I haven't said it yet, we're going to Baraboo. Yes, Quick Trip. Quick Trip is the best gas station chain you could ask for. I know people are gonna say, no, it's something else, like whether that's someone like Zach, who thinks it's Buc-ee's, or yep, there's Palumbo coming in with Wawa. But once you go to a Quick Trip, there is no going back, and it has to be the Wisconsin Midwest Quick Trip. That's KWIK Quick Trip, not this QUICK Quick Trip. Those are fakes and phonies. If you want a good Quick Trip, you gotta go to the Quick Trip with a K. Yeah, the updraft is stalling. And it looks... The width of the updraft has decreased oh, nice. Nice. Making a left turn from the right lane with cars behind you. I mean, what can go wrong? I mean, at least there was a green arrow so he didn't like completely cut off all the oncoming traffic too, but I'm definitely not excusing that. I'm just saying it could have been a lot worse if like he got T-boned or something. Updraft isn't looking quite as favorable as it was 10 minutes ago or so, but alright, here we go, folks. We gotta stop for... Oh, wow. I was gonna say we gotta stop for the red light, so I'm gonna pan over and show you why Quick Trip with a K is the best gas station ever, but of course this one is not the prime specimen. It's got 90% of its pumps blocked off with yellow caution tape. So ignore that. We're not going to use that one as an example because that is that's not a good example. Anyway, moving on. We're going to give it the benefit of the doubt and say, like, you know, a tree fell on it or something, and there was definitely no tree on its canopy, but we're going to give it the benefit of the doubt and say it could have been something like that. In 1 mile, we'll continue straight through one of them there roundabouts that Wisconsin absolutely loves to put in absolutely everywhere. Seems like the Wisconsin DOT is like, roundabouts, the best thing since sliced bread. So they just put them in everywhere. Now they seem to be really liking those. They're called diverging diamonds, where basically you drive on the wrong side of the road and like in an X shape. It's like the weirdest thing ever. Like, we're not in England. Just keep us driving on the right side of the road, please and thank you. Updraft seems to have stalled a little bit. Well, we'll continue because we don't have any other option, but we will continue eastward, and then once we get over close to Baraboo, we'll make a decision on what we're going to do from there. It always turns into, when you're looking and grasping for straws for a good storm to go for, it's always like, oh, we'll just keep going down line, this one, this one, this one. That one southwest of Madison and southeast of Mount Horeb, the echo tops on that one just came up quite a bit. we'll be heading in that general direction. So obviously if it sustains, which I don't have high confidence that it will, we'll eventually get to that storm. But one of these storms that, or one of these cells that we're on, you know, one of these could explode in echo tops as well, and the tops could shoot way up. That tree was split in half. Okay then. Don't know if you guys, if the camera picked it up, it would have been on the right side of the road. It was like leaning into someone's lawn. Think that when we get to Baraboo, we'll probably go south towards Madison. Because then if we need to, we can just take 151 up, like through Beaver Dam up towards the Oshkosh area if we like need to get north. Because that goes northeast and that's a really good road. Take it all the time. Has the Circus World Museum. Well, the more you know. That is not a wisdom nugget that I thought I would learn today. Although there's not a lot going on right now, thanks to everyone who's hopping on and watching. It's much appreciated because you never know when things can escalate very quickly, as I'm sure many of you know from watching Storm Chasers if you've watched them before. Like, things can go from absolutely nothing happening to you'll have the most beautiful storm of the month, like just like that. Not saying that'll happen, I'm just saying you never know. Lots of unexpecteds. So we've got kind of getting closer to the updraft base, so it's a lot harder for you guys to be able to pick it out on the camera. Because it extends past the view of the top of the lens right now, but we're currently heading east. Okay, I have made my decision that once we get to Baraboo, we will head south. Those, still taking it with a grain of salt, but those storms to the south definitely look the healthiest at the moment. And this stream could still go on for a couple more hours. Like, we can go down to this stuff to the south and then like come back a little bit north and catch the squall line that's just east of it's kind of split into two sections right now. There's one area that's north of La Crosse that we probably won't get to because that'll go into area like north of Green Bay, but this other one to the south we might be be able to intercept that a little bit as well. So we are far from over here. So just have to see what happens. Looking almost due, well, now I'm looking due east, but I can finally start to see a little bit of light underneath the gray cloud mass, so be able to potentially see a little bit of the updraft base. And this would be it's kind of, there's lots of storm cells, showers, whatever you want to call them, lots of updrafts in this tiny area, so it's kind of hard to pick out which one you're exactly looking at. But I will get the camera spun for you guys just a little bit. Also see if maybe we can get some of this water off the lens by turning it while we drive. Completely forgot to check to see if there was water on the lens for a little while, but try to, you know, blow some of that rain off. And we're potentially going to start getting a view of the updraft base. So yeah, that's it. Pretty much center of the screen. It's not much to look at, but it's something. Well, I'll say it's not the updraft base. I'll say that's one of the updraft bases for one of these showers. Is that a fluke or is that a real scan? Give me a second, I'm verifying something. It looks like the cell just southeast of Baraboo, the echo tops on that one just shot up a lot. I'm gonna wait for another scan to confirm to make sure it wasn't just a fluke scan. And those only come out like every 10 minutes or so, but if it is an accurate reading, I'm not totally sold on it being an accurate reading because northwest side of it just kind of cuts off. It doesn't like gradually decrease pixel by pixel. But if that is truly a accurate scan, then we could be in for a treat. So we're gonna head south here. Slow down so that the semi can go before us, and then we will sneak in right behind him. Perfect. Oh, this pickup truck can pass us so that we can get out from behind the semi so it stops kicking up all the water. There we go. Progress. Yeah, like I said, I'm not totally sold on whether it's an accurate echo top scan or not. I will say that reflectivity is still holding steady with its returns. So, maybe. Not going to hold my breath, but it's the most promising area that I've been on today, so. this exit to be able to continue eastward. So we will have probably a decent visual on the base of this storm in, 5 minutes, about that. There's a little shower that pops up to the southwest of it, so we'll have to kind of probably drive through that to be able to get a full visual of the base. But from what I'm seeing on radar and in person, this looks somewhat promising. Oh yeah, wow. This is, not gonna lie guys, this is not looking half bad. I am thoroughly impressed. The camera spun for you guys as soon as we get through these roundabouts. See, Wisconsin absolutely loves these things. So this main, probably the area that you can see the best here, is going to be that little shower that has formed like to the southwest of the storm. So that's what this little updraft base is that you're seeing on the camera. The other one still a little bit further off to the east behind that, so we can't quite pick it up. Well, this little cell that popped off to the southwest of it actually is looking fairly healthy as well, so these may attempt to mature. Still not totally sold, but we'll see. We'll just continue on 33 east here for a little bit. See if we can get a better view on hopefully both of these updrafts. I personally do not mind roundabouts. I just mind them when other individuals do not know how to utilize them and make them more of a hazard than they're worth. Here comes a little bit of a deluge, apparently. Looks like we're having some issues with signal right now. That's because Starlink is struggling with us being directly underneath precipitation. Using some extra caution here to make sure that we're not going to drive into any area that's flooded. So far I have not noticed any noticeable standing water on the road, but I'm just going to continue to monitor. Like they had some sort of storm come through here probably in the last week or so. I'm not super familiar of what exactly went where, but I'm seeing lots of cut up tree limbs on the easement next to the road for pickup, so looks like they had some strong winds come through this area. I probably saw it on radar, but when you look at so many different areas with different warnings on it, you tend to lose track of exactly what happened, where, and when. Ideally, we'll be able to get up here and likely take I-90 south a little bit, because we're not seeing anything at all from being underneath the precipitation. But we have no south options until we pretty much get to the interstate. So just verify that. Correct. We have no viable south options until pretty much get to the interstate, which isn't a huge deal. But if you look at radar, this little cell that's over Baraboo, this is the amount of rainfall that's being produced from such a, honestly, a pretty small little cell. So you can see why it would not take much. It's like if, 3 or 4 of these cells pass over the same area, it could very easily cause potential flooding risks. mighty interesting. Okay, we're out of the precipitation now. It's really not picking it up on the roof camera a lot, but kind of right behind where these houses are now, there's a very interesting looking cloud feature. It could very well just be like the condensation rising from the hills like we had seen earlier today, but let's see if I can get some of this rain off of the lens. But regardless, it has my interest. It looks like it's just like the mist and the clouds coming up from the top of the hill there. So there's really nothing on radar to support any organized low-level rotation. Looked interesting for a moment, but I don't believe it is anything. Slight northward jog on this Highway 33. And then it'll continue eastward in just a couple miles. You can really see like the condensation rising from the hilltop areas there. If the camera will pick it up with the rain on. No, it won't. Dang it. Once we get out in front of this a little bit, I will get out and manually wipe off the rain from the roof camera. When it's not big raindrops on the lens, they don't like to condense in. The raindrops aren't large enough to have the wind blow them off as easily. When you're in more heavy rain and bigger raindrops, they'll congeal together and then more surface area for the wind to be able to just blow it away. But maybe I'll be able to see some of the condensation rising from the hill there. let's see if we've got any radar updates. Yeah, our little cell that we're on has definitely weakened substantially on echo tops, so kind of as was expected, it has crapped out. I think at this point, our next course of action is going to just be honest. Well, it's kind of a tough call at this exact moment. Current thinking is to go east and get to 151. But the question is, how do we want to get there? We really don't want to take 33 east, because then we don't get to 151 until Waupun. So I'm thinking maybe we'll go south on I-90 a little bit, and then potentially get onto like Highway 60, so that we would get back by back onto 151 by Columbus area. It also gives us an option to go further south if needed on the interstate. Just kind of, the plan will probably change 5 times between now and then, but that's what the current thinking is as of this exact moment. I do want to start to make our way over to 151 because of the squall line to the west. Look at, honestly, the squall line itself does not look that intense as far as wind goes, but it does look like it will contain a lot of heavy rain, which will contribute to the flooding risk. It's just kind of we'll have to kind of make a decision when we get to that point. I mean, another option would be, which I'm not exactly thrilled about, would be writing off everything potentially to the south, like down by Madison, and just like going up the interstate here up towards Stevens Point. But I'm not a huge fan of that thought. Here we will turn onto 90 east. I guess. Okay, that is extremely confusing. You enter the highway and then there's a wrong way sign, but it's because there's an on and an off ramp here. That is mighty confusing. I was like, don't tell me I just turned down the wrong way onto the highway, but nope, it was just signage being confusing. Liking that storm that's just barely north of Madison. But for now, actually, how far away are we from that? Right now, we are like about 20 miles from where that storm is right now, which is that's not bad at all. That's very manageable. At this point, I'll spin the camera around over to the east a little bit. You guys can have a visual there. That'll work. Now I remember this stretch of the interstate. I was on this last year, and well, looks like it's indeed still under construction, just like it was last year, which is no surprise whatsoever. Apparently other people don't want to slow down for the construction zone, so we'll just move way over to the right so they can all zip on past. Definitely a bit of a different feel in the environment right now. The temperature has shot back. Well, now we're back in an area where the temperature is up to 78 degrees. It was upper 60s when I was a little bit further north, so we're definitely... The heck was that? I have no idea what that was about. Don't even know what that noise was. completely lost my train of thought of what I was saying for, you know, that unusual noise. It sounded like a very pathetic truck horn, but I do not know for certain. Oh yeah, temperature, that's where I was. Yeah, it was mid to upper 60s when I was a little further north, and it wasn't a lot further north. It's probably, I'm just going to estimate like 40 miles or so. So we're definitely on the south side of the warm front at this point. Oh yeah, temperature just bumped up to 80 degrees. So it looks like, based on what I'm seeing on radar and in person, that our current target cell is this area. Somewhere in there. Where exactly the main updraft base starts and stops, take a guess, maybe you'll be right. Honestly, I have no idea right at this exact moment. I'm not 100% certain, but I think we potentially have a ragged wall cloud attempt. It's very ragged, so, and I don't think it's spinning very much, but it definitely has my interest for as we get closer to keep an eye on. Yeah, there's really nothing on radar that's supporting any organized rotation at all, so. But this may be a beautiful storm of the day. Maybe, if it can hold together and it, you know, it's actually pretty. We'll find out soon enough. It doesn't look very organized by any means. I'm gonna get another view of it once we kind of pass these trees, which we're still not past the trees. I can spin the camera a little bit so it's more centered in the view of the area we're looking at for a storm. sort of ragged wall cloud that was under there has like completely dissipated. There's absolutely nothing right now, from what I can tell. This could be a pretty storm when we get up to it. Echo tops seem to be holding fairly steady on this one, so maybe this one will sustain, maybe not. I honestly, at this point, I have no idea. I'm just along for the ride at this point. Based on radar right now, my current plan, updated plan, is to get on like the south side of the storm, see if it's, you know, pretty, has any structure or anything, and then go up 151 and just start heading a little bit north, maybe. Either head north on 151 or back north on this I-90, because I want to start making our way north, because the squall line is moving further and further east, and I don't want to miss out on the squall line. Oh look, we got a rainbow. Yep. We have got a rainbow indeed. Especially because part of that line just went severe warned again. Like, I don't know if it's going to sustain or if it's going to crap out as it moves to the east northeast, but I'd rather be there and have it kind of crap out like wind wise and still have potential flooding risk than to like completely miss out on it by being in the wrong place. So that's what my current plan is right now. This point, wow, that shows how much I was paying attention to the map. I didn't realize that the interstate went down the east side of Madison. I thought we were going to pop out on the west side, but that's okay. I was wondering why all of a sudden we started losing our visual of the storm. And that would be why. Because now we're looking through all the precipitation. But honestly, that might not be a bad thing, because then we can just go a little further south and then we're already on the eastern side of it, so. That's actually kind of pretty. I pan the camera so you guys can see the whole thing. crafts are going through there with the sunlight reflecting off of them and refracting through them and all that fun stuff. It's kind of a cool view. Looks like it may potentially be forming a little bit of a hail core, which is interesting. Interesting indeed. So I do not want to go all the way into Madison, so I'm probably going to get off and then take this 19 over to 151. About 3 miles till we have to exit, so we'll get around these semis, otherwise we'll be stuck behind them for forever. Over to 151 and then take that northeast. This storm has a very odd shape to it. It's like, it's a V shape, like, but not like a solid V. It's like when you would draw like those cartoon like birds in the sky, like in art class or whatever. Like those very curved lines for the V. If you look at radar, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. Oh man. Had a little bit more distance, we would pass this semi, but he is also exiting the highway. I'm flipping on the rear lights so that we don't get bumper packed, because right now we are doing 25 miles an hour under the posted speed limit. We are now down to 35 beneath the posted speed limit, and the semi almost just rear-ended me. Fantastic. I get that you're exiting the highway, but you don't have to slow down to 35 miles an hour below the speed limit a half mile before the exit. That's just asking for trouble. I wish this semi had one of those how am I driving things on the back, because I would totally like take a picture of it and like call. That would actually be kind of a fun thing to do, like right on the live stream, just call. Yeah, the posted speed limit was 70 miles an hour and we were doing below 40 on an interstate. To head towards 151. I'll just put like Columbus in the GPS so that like it tells me how far until each of the turns. Photogenic structure on this. I mean, it's kind of a pretty storm, but there's nothing like photo worthy about it, if that makes sense. And there's a tornado warning west of Reedsburg, northwest of Wisconsin, Dallas, where we were probably an hour and a half ago. Once again, that squall line, that's part of the reason why I want to make sure we're on the squall line. Because a couple of reasons. It could have flooding, it could have a pretty shelf cloud, there's a chance for QLCS tornadic spin-ups along the leading edge, depending on how the environment interacts with the line. So definitely want to keep making our way in the northward direction at this point. So just under 4 miles until we turn onto 151. Creek. One of the nice things about Highway 151 is it's fairly flat on both sides of the highway, and there's not a lot of trees, so we'll have very good visibility once we get on that. It's nothing like this with trees on both sides, so. This little cell that we were on, and still kind of are on, it's the one that's off to the left side of the road there. It definitely appears to be weakening. per radar, I might add. Okay, 2 miles till we turn north onto 151. What the storm looks like visually once get a little bit further up here. Not a lot, just barely enough. From my vantage point, I'm not really seeing anything at all. Everything is under construction everywhere. Can't go through a construction detour without being put on another construction detour. Alright, we still got 1 mile to go before we get to 151. But I guess this is potentially, maybe, better than driving through the Madison traffic, like on the interstate, so. There's actually kind of cool structure, like right up at the top of the storm there, like there's like the part of the updraft that just hard to I'll tell you what it looks like. It looks like one of those air filters, like the circles with all the ridges on. Looks like if you hold one of those sideways, because it's got like all those individual vertical parts. That's actually kind of pretty. Not typically the area of the storm that you would look for structure, but hey, it works. Yes, I know I'll need the left lane eventually to turn onto 151. Actually, that's like right up here. All right, 151 north. This is the proper lane that we'll need. And we'll be turning onto 151 north momentarily. here we go. Everything that we want, or as much as we can get, into the frame of the camera. Just verify. Yeah, it's a lot prettier now that we're not looking through the power lines. Wow, I did say at the beginning of the stream, I don't know what, but I have a feeling that we'll see something cool. At least one something cool. This, I don't know if this is going to be the cool thing or just one of the cool things, but here it is. Take it all in, because this view is unfortunately not going to last, because it looks like we'll probably have to drive underneath some of the precipitation, because it's getting very, very close to crossing the highway we're on. Not at our location, but a couple miles up the road yet. Was not expecting to even potentially have a live stream today a couple days ago, and then I started looking at the upcoming days on the model runs, and I was like, okay, this may actually be something that could be worth chasing, and well, here we are. And there's potential for a similar situation on Saturday and Sunday. They look to be lower end days, but a lot of times those are some of the most rewarding chase days. I was extremely surprised yesterday that SPC didn't have a 2% tornado area outlined at all. And I thought for sure they were going to do that at the afternoon update yesterday, but they did not. And then I woke up this morning and, well, we had a 5%. So even though it seems for now, it seems like the tornadic potential is decreasing, at least on prefrontal cells. It could still happen with QLCS spin-ups on the squall line, for sure, but although it does not seem to have panned out, the environment and what the models were showing was definitely worthy of the 5% being issued. Because this very easily could have become a different situation where a bunch of these small little prefrontal cells would be spinning and producing potential tornadoes. But luckily that did not happen today.
they issued in Wisconsin. No joke. It's the same polygon as earlier. It's the same thing.
Oh wow. Yeah, it's at the same freaking storm. I don't even think there's a tornado on it. It's just broad rotation too.
Yeah, if even.
Once we get up here, maybe we'll see some part of the storm base. It's hard to tell because there's these other low-lying clouds in front of it that's obstructing the view. But I have a feeling as we get just a little closer to it, we'll see something. Brakes apparently. Okay, well, we're gonna. Oh, that's why they're putting on their brakes. As long as you don't cut out in front of me. There we go. Valid reason of putting on the brakes is because there was someone doing like 60 miles an hour in the 70s, so that's a valid reason why you should slow down a little bit. Structure. I am impressed that this cell seems to have held together for this long. Echo tops and reflectivity still look strong on it, so. I don't know, maybe that means that the squall line will intensify as it comes into this similar environment and be able to sustain. I got no clue, but no part of the squall line in Wisconsin is severe warned at all. There's one area, I think that's by Stevens Point. Yeah, just west of Stevens Point where it has a special weather statement on it. But other than that, it is not, quote, severe at this point. So, I don't know if it's going to re-intensify, kind of stay how it is, or die out as it moves east. But we'll be here for whatever happens. A little bit for you guys. This point with this little cell west of Beaver Dam, not not seeing anything that looks severe on it at all, whether that be hail or wind or anything like that. At this point, it looks like that cell is producing lots of heavy rain. Storm is actually almost moving parallel with 151 right now, so I was expecting us to have to drive under some of the precipitation in a couple miles, but might be able to just parallel it for a little bit longer before we jog north on the highway. Service had talked about it earlier about potentially issuing a flood watch. Wonder if they did in fact do that. Does not look like they issued a flash flood watch. So it looks like National Weather Service Green Bay issued a flood watch for like Winnebago County and north. Nothing south of there though. At this point, from what I can tell. Yeah, that squall line definitely has my interest, so we're just going to continue up 151 up towards like Fond du Lac, Oshkosh area, and then once we get up there, we will decide whether we want to head west or just wait for it to come to us. It'll kind of depend on where things are when we get there. has been canceled for like 10 minutes.
Producing a tornado. Therefore, the warning has been canceled. Tornado watch number 463 remains in effect until 8 p.m. and now includes the following counties in Wisconsin, Adams, and Juneau. Remember, a tornado watch means the conditions are...
Okay, so they're just cycling through that same stuff. I was wondering if there was going to be any sort of update on flooding and flood stages and that kind of stuff, because that, at this point, that would be pertinent information. Check something. Get a relative storm track on the majority of the squall line. So it looks like it's moving kind of at a northeastward trajectory. So we might do is go up to just a second. Trying to figure out what we might want to do. Unfortunately, there's not like a really good northwest option. I mean, there would have been if I was paying attention back a little further south and was thinking we could have taken that Highway 73 kind of northward, but just have to like go up to like Oshkosh and then go west from there. Or northwest, depending on where everything's at when we get there. The good news is that we'll get a visual on that squall line before it gets dark, so if there's any cool shelf cloud on it, we'll be able to see it. We're really not that far away from Oshkosh. Well, we're about roughly 50 minutes from there. is not bad, given how far away it looks on the map, but and we may not go all the way to Oshkosh. We might go west a little bit before then. Still not quite decided. Beaver Dam right now, then starts going, the highway starts going less northeast and more northeast, so slightly surprised. It does not look like there are any flash flood warnings anywhere where the northern part of the squall line has gone. Maybe if the camera can pick it up with the lighting. Almost right over the road here, you can see the updraft base of part of this Beaver Dam cell. Just slightly off to the right of the highway. That's not the entire updraft, obviously, because it's a very uniquely shaped cell. And given the precipitation in other areas, we can't see the entire updraft base. Oshkosh is a fun name to say. unfortunately there's not a lot of structure to point the camera at the moment. Usually there's at least something that I can point it at. Well, try to see if the sun will just wash out the view or not. And you can kind of see the left side of the updraft tower there, right? Just barely covering a portion of the sun, so I mean, I guess we can kind of hold that camera angle for the moment. There goes the sun. Now it's not washing out the camera as much, so we can get a slightly better view of the entire picture. But even then, there's still not a whole lot to see. Yes, Oshkosh is a major military vehicle manufacturer. Oshkosh Truck, they make all sorts of military vehicles like Humvees. I don't know if they still call... I know that at some point there was like talk of not calling it the Humvee anymore and it was like under a different brand name or something like that, but they make those kind of vehicles. They make all sorts of vehicles with like big engines in them. They have can't think of it at the moment. They make cement trucks. Lots of big engine equipment. Who knows, maybe when we get up there we'll take like a little field trip or something. I know this is true of a lot of places, but a lot of these like places in northeast Wisconsin area have a lot of kind of cool historical facts about the various places. So, and growing up in the area, I know some information about those. So. Yep, right lane is closed. Yeah, okay, yep, we get, thank you. Yep, okay. So yeah. Lots of little historical knowledge nuggets that I may drop from time to time if we pass by something. Hopefully all of these construction barrels stay where they're supposed to be and do not enter anywhere into my lane. That would be greatly appreciated. bump. Okay, that was not anywhere close to being an actual bump. I was gonna say that was kind of pathetic for getting its own bump sign. Two of them actually, one on either side of the road. Non-impressive. You can just see like a little bit of like, it's literally at this point, this area is just west of us are literal rain showers. There's, I wouldn't even consider them like, the areas just west of us are producing minimal rainfall compared to a lot of the other places, so it's a shower. North up here, we'll be able to see something somewhat cool before we get to the squall line. I got no clue. But it did have a little bit of structure earlier, and then it kind of weakened, and the reflectivity returns on radar are now nowhere near as well defined as they were. So there are a couple of areas like north of this pathetic excuse for a rain shower that may still have some structure given what they look like on radar, so maybe. Once we get a little further into the evening, that we will encounter something related to the squall line, or maybe multiple things, whether that be like strong wind, localized flash flooding, cool shelf cloud, or any combination of those. But I do think that if the line holds together like it is right now, we could be in for a little bit of a treat. I won't say in a couple minutes, because it'll be more than that by the time we get where we need to be and the line gets too close to us. So I'll have a better idea well, maybe even later tonight, but mostly tomorrow and tomorrow evening on the potential chase plans for the upcoming days, because based on what I was seeing, this potential chase on Saturday and Sunday, because tomorrow is just out of the question, because otherwise I would have to drive all the way to like North and South Dakota, and it just, I can't justify driving all the way out there for like the 1 day risk and then driving all the way back east. So Saturday and Sunday are tentative chase days. I haven't looked at anything, any model data on that since really yesterday. So could have uptrended, could have downtrended. At this point, I have no idea. But if there's something chase-worthy, I will likely be out chasing it. So. This exit so we don't go through Rosendale, because one, I despise driving through Rosendale, and two, I'm not a fan of the road, so it literally adds like an extra 3 minutes to not go on 26 and just like go up to Fond du Lac and just take I-41 north. It's like a minimal time difference, so I always just do that. Yes, I did get the flashlight and windshield wipers. I did get them, yes, so that is very much appreciated. I was extremely confused when I got back home and I saw the box, because it was like a huge box big enough for the windshield wipers to fit in, but then it also had like the lithium battery stick on it, and I was like, what? I honestly had no idea what it was. I was like, what would be in a box this big with like the lithium battery sticker? And I didn't realize it was 2 items, both the windshield wipers and the flashlight in one box. So I was honestly stumped for about 2 minutes. I was trying to figure out what it might be before I actually opened it, but yes. But yeah, very much appreciated, and I have the flashlight charged and right next to me in the vehicle right now. So once again, very much appreciated. Weird, but I don't know what it is. Like, seems like when I'm out chasing for multiple days, like 50% of the time when I'm heading back home, I like see some sort of shelf cloud, like as I'm passing through Oshkosh. It's like the weirdest thing. Like, I'll be out chasing for days and the timing will just line up absolutely perfectly that I'm driving through Oshkosh, look off to the west, and boom, there's like an awesome shelf cloud. It's kind of weird, honestly. It's like if it happened once, okay, that's fair. That's pretty cool. Second time, it's like, oh, okay, kind of odd that it happened twice, but it's happened like numerous times. It's like, why does that keep happening? Yes, I am going through Oshkosh at some point, whether that be I actually passed through Oshkosh multiple times. If we decide to go west from there, then we might head back. Probably stop up here near Fond du Lac just to top off on gas. Down to about 3/8 of a tank, but I have not filled up with gas at all since I left the house this afternoon. So this has been a most productive chase, I might say, because we've seen some cool stuff, and haven't even used 3/4 of a tank of gas yet. That's always nice. Helps keep the cost down from the chase. Yeah, EAA is usually late July. Yes, C-Rain, that is the plan. That is the plan indeed. Ah, nice. As far as internal wind speeds go. Looks, especially that northern area by Stevens Point, that looks kind of like a mess. Just about to where we'll be exiting in Fond du Lac, the lack of fondue. Spin the camera around a little bit. There we go. What route we'll want to take to go west, because I was originally planning on going like west out of Oshkosh earlier today, part of Highway 21. Actually, it shouldn't be too bad. We'll probably take that route, because there should be a lot less traffic at this time of day. But I was going through there like mid-afternoon, and there was a one-lane construction road with the traffic lights on either side, and it took 3 light cycles for me to get through like 15 vehicles in front of me. So I was sitting there a good 15 minutes. But since traffic shouldn't be as bad at this point, we'll probably be okay to take that route. Alright, so here's our exit to Military Road. This cloverleaf loop. I've taken this route probably close to 100 times. Probably not. Probably like 50 times. Because whenever I'm on my way back home from chasing somewhere pretty much south, I take this route back every time. Just about. Got a bit of the home field advantage here, given that I know the area pretty well. Lost track of what day it was when I what day was that I got home? Monday? Yeah, I think it was Monday. As I drove through this way, I noticed that there was some minor tree damage through here from one of the severe warnings that had come through earlier that day, but nothing looked substantial. It was, it was probably the worst I saw was like a 5-foot limb that had broken off. But it was right along here is where I saw that. See what the squall line has in store for us in a very short time. Here we're not far at all from Oshkosh, and then we'll be able to go west on 21 and hopefully we get to see something cool. on-ramp actually just a little bit to get this semi in front of us so we didn't merge right at the same time as he was getting to the end of the ramp. Alright, there we go. Then before we start, looks like we should be able to make it before it starts raining anywhere around here, but we'll stop up here and get gas. I mean, I get that they have canopies over the pumps, but it's still no fun filling up in the rain. Especially if it gets windy. Oh gosh, I remember it's been a couple times where I've been out chasing and it's been like 60-mile-an-hour winds. The canopy does absolutely nothing. It's just like blowing sheets of rain and it's like hitting the side of the vehicle. It's not enjoyable because then you get back in the vehicle, you're all cold and wet. Guessed it, we'll be going to a quick trip. Indeed, Fond du Lac is home to Mercury Marine. Don't recall if we passed it or not. I think we did because we didn't go all the way to I-41 where it meets 151 because we took that Military Road exit. I think the Mercury Marine area is just south of where we entered the highway. I think. I think it was south of you. Well, it looks like we'll be going a little bit further north for the gas station. Just not a big deal at all. I forgot that the quick trip I was going to go to was on the south side of Fond du Lac. Really not that big of a deal. We've still got 3/8 of a tank. Only difference is it may be raining when we get. Hold on, what's going on up here? God. Vehicles pulled over. Like they're changing a flat tire. Alright. Quick Trip does have good donuts and pizzas. Yes, I agree on both of those. Yeah, there was a quick trip like right where I got on I-41. That's not the one that I was thinking of. And then there was another one like the next exit up, but that one's a pain to get in and out of. So there's a nice one like not far up here when we get to Oshkosh. So we'll just go to that one. Yeah, there's so much construction on I-41 from like Fond du Lac all the way up north of Appleton. It's hopefully at this time of the night it isn't too terrible, but yeah, they've got lane closures everywhere, exits are closed, everything is rerouted because they're expanding it from 2 to 3 lanes from like north of, yeah, Appleton is absolutely terrible, like north of like Menasha area up to Green Bay. Well, actually it's 3 lanes up to like the south side of Appleton, but like from I-41 in Appleton to like just north of Appleton, it's 2 lanes and they're expanding it to 3 in each direction. So, and they're redoing all the overpasses because they're not wide enough. It's just a huge mess up there for traffic and construction. It's not fun. Well, Ryan, I'm sorry that you have to deal with that construction every day. I'm sure that takes a lot of patience out of you to be able to drive that, especially with a semi. Oh yeah, once those 3 lanes are open in each direction, oh, it's going to be absolutely fantastic. But then, you know, by then it's going to be like 4 years from now, and then they'll have to start redoing another stretch of road, and the cycle will just never end. We're about to enter a little bit of some heavier precipitation, so just in time for us to get to the gas station. Fantastic. So after all that, looks like we will be filling up in the rain. shift. Or at least the signs for the lane shift. And here's the actual lane shift. Here we go. We're gonna hug the white line a little bit. Because the area, that dark line in the middle of the road on the left side of this lane, it's not perfectly even with the concrete on the other side of it, so there's like standing water in there, and it's trying to have us hydroplane a little bit. Definitely a pretty good deluge going on right now. Like it's lightening up a little bit. Consider me very impressed. There's no one parked underneath this overpass. I am extremely impressed. I would consider this a pretty good downpour. Well, to the right of us is where EAA will be taking place, if you could actually see it with the rain. Okay, lots of brake lights. Okay. can see the light at the end of the tunnel, or rather the sunlight underneath the clouds, so we're close to the edge of this. And there we go. Barely even a sprinkle now. Go. Barely an inconvenience. And here's where we are going to exit. I'm not even going to stop for gas here in Oshkosh, I don't think. There's a quick trip right along this Highway 21 in Amro, so we'll probably just stop there. This one here is a pain to get in and out of under normal circumstances, much less when people are trying to drive in the rain. This has a lovely roundabout entrance, exit, and a traffic light, and it's just no fun to try to get in and out of. Yeah, it's really weird because you have to go through this roundabout. If we were to go there, we would go left here, and then there's a traffic light to enter and exit the parking lot, or to enter and exit the driveway of the Quick Trip. So like you get there, and like it's a weird blind corner, and it's just a pain to get in and out of. Seeing a little bit of lightning, which is something I have seen very minimal of all day. By the time we get to about Amro, the rain should be just about done. And then we'll be able to fill up with gas and then head towards what, well, I guess we can still call it a squall line. Either call it a squall line or we can just call it a line of rain. Not quite sure which one it is at this point. Because in this case, those two terms are not necessarily interchangeable. See a minor tree branches down. And by branches, I mean one singular branch that was in the middle of the two lanes. The signal is cutting out. It should resume momentarily. We're almost out from under the precipitation. If the signal cut out, it should be coming back now. Oh yeah, parts of 21 is under construction up here. It goes down to a one-lane road with construction traffic lights on either side. So hopefully we don't get stuck waiting there too long. Who doesn't love a good old-fashioned road construction detour? I say that with an extreme amount of sarcasm. Almost out of the rain, and we are almost to Amro, so two good things. Especially because that means we'll be able to pull off at the gas station and have these people that are riding my bumper go past. Apparently they don't understand that I cannot go any faster with other vehicles in front of me. I know that's a complicated topic to be able to understand, but difficult concept. I think this is a quick trip up here. Indeed it is. We are going to top off on gas here, or rather fill up on gas, and then we will continue west to see what the squall line has in store for us. I will be right back. Alrighty. Now we got a full tank of gas and going full speed ahead. Well, not literally, or someone's gonna freak out. You're speeding, but
Testing. System ready.
thank you, Quick Trip. Fantastic service as always. Gotta throw in a little Quick Trip plug there. Not sponsored, by the way, but I did not get any donuts, I know. Shame on me. stop, clear, and go. You know, maybe I'll have to get donuts at the end of the stream or something. Maybe. Maybe. No promises, though. Well, it looks like if there's one area of the... I don't want to call it this, but the former squall line looks like we're heading towards the right area of all of them, because the other areas look very unimpressive. Well, at this point, let's hope that we don't have to wait long at the one-lane construction road that's, I think it's probably like 4 or 5 miles ahead. Maybe a little more than that, I'm not quite sure. I lost track earlier. But yep, this is the exact route I drove earlier today. So I'm making a big loop. They actually pulling off to the side? I guess so. This is another one of those stop signs, except right turn, and we are turning right, so we are not stopping. Yeah, there's a good amount of standing water here. Actually wasn't as bad as I originally looked like, but still enough that it could cause issues with this next batch of rain coming. Get a quick distance measurement of how far we are from the leading edge of precipitation. about 25 miles. Hate to say it, but I really don't know how much structure there's going to be on this little squall line, former squall line. When we get to it, it looks like it's trying to break up, which would be quite the shame given this is what we've been heading towards for like the past hour and a half. But well, too close on it to bail now. We're gonna finish all the way and see if there's anything. Is where that one-lane construction road is. Hoping that there's something to see when we get up there, but we will see. Okay, yeah, we're gonna pass this person that's doing 8 underneath the speed limit, because why not? And there we go. Then we're probably going to get stuck at the same construction trap. Oh, never mind, they just turned left. Fantastic. I say we'll get stuck at the same construction traffic, like they'll pull up behind me. Whoa, look what passing did. We're at the same light. It's like, yep. But it could also be the other way around, where if we got stuck behind them going 8 under the speed limit, we would miss one of the light cycles. So, oh well. You guys truly are making me hungry. And I blame each and every one of you that's talking about food right now. I have not yet chased a hurricane, so I have no opinion on that one. But, I mean, chasing winter is okay. It's not like my most favorite thing to do, but I mean, it's something to do. Kind of in downtime when there's really nothing else going on, but not a huge fan of winter chases just because, you know, there's so many variables that you just can't control. Like, oh, this road guess what? This road isn't plowed. Or, hey, they plowed this one and now there's 3 feet of snow and you can't take this road. Or, hey, this person doesn't know how to drive on snow and they almost T-bone you, kind of thing. So, it's its own set of challenges. Wow, that 1-lane road was a lot further ahead than I remember. See if I can get that raindrop off the lens, maybe. Or maybe it's not a raindrop and it's a bug. We'll find out soon enough. Maybe pan this way. Nope. It's either a stubborn raindrop or it's a bug. I'm thinking it's a stubborn raindrop. Wow, it may have just disappeared. My goodness. Yay. We will soon find out what may be up ahead for something to look at. I honestly don't know. Bye, Roy. Have fun. Have fun at a different channel. Yes, Plombo, you did try it, and I was waiting to see how it panned out. I was really hoping it would be something more entertaining, but so it is. Well, that was kind of fun. Is this our... Okay, this is interesting. So apparently at this time of day they rely on... Oh, never mind, this is a stop sign. I was like, why would they have a 1-lane construction road with a flashing red light when it's like, when you have to go around like an entire loop on the one lane, but that makes a lot of sense. A lot more sense, I should say. Oh, we should totally send a screenshot of this sign to Vince. Come on, zoom in. Shed happens, brush it off. We totally need to send the screenshot of that to him. Or I should. It's just too perfect. I can see some dark clouds in front of us, so I mean, it's almost more than I can say about the rest of the day, so maybe we're on to something. Just maybe we're on to something. Or this is all we'll get. It's gonna be one or the other, so see if I can get that little raindrop off the edge of the camera. Oh, maybe it wants to go this way. Come on, little raindrop, you can do it. And there it goes. This was a long ways up. Right up here is the one-lane construction road. I did not realize how far west of Amo that really was. Not that far away. I'm starting to lose hope of seeing structure. Maybe ever so slightly of something off to. Well, when we get up to red granite here, we'll go a little north. If nothing else, that's where it looks like the most intense precipitation is at the moment. Yep, here we are, waiting for nobody. All right, we are on the move again. Yay! I have a feeling if I sang the Jeopardy theme, YouTube would not be very happy with me. Getting rather dark rather quickly, so in store for one of the most pathetic leading edges of, you know, any sort of rain shower that you could possibly think of. Not saying it is, but it very well could be the most boring possible leading edge of a rain shower that you could possibly imagine. Yikes. Well, we'll go a little bit north, but I'm not expecting much of anything at all. Following signs for Junction E, as in Edward. As in Ernie. As in, what else starts with E? Elephant. Enchilada. I don't know. See, this is what we have to come up with to entertain ourselves when the storm looks like garbage. Here is Junction E. I think I actually took this exact route on one of my winter chases, speaking of. It was like a low-end snowfall day. It was pretty pathetic, but I mean, it was something. Because I remember turning at that intersection. unlikely that we'll be seeing any sort of structure at all, but looks like we're about to drive into some of the rain, so, you know, at least there's something maybe minimally entertaining to watch. I don't know. Alright guys, after all that waiting, this is what she looks like. Yep, there she is. That's what's left of your squall line west of Oshkosh. I mean, I had pretty low expectations from when we got over here, but I think this is lower than those low expectations. There's really not a whole lot elsewhere that would be coming in after this. I'm verifying that piece of information from radar. Stand by. I definitely feel like we're kind of grasping at straws here, but at the same time, I'm like right here. So what we might do is go down to Berlin. Because there's once again, not expecting much, but there is a elongated area of heavy precipitation that's kind of going parallel with the direction that the storm is, which would cause heavier rain for a longer duration of time. So who knows, maybe there'll be some potential flooding concerns somewhere over there. I don't know, but maybe it's something, I don't know. What do you guys think? I'm kind of impartial, so I guess I'll probably head down there because it's not that far. And I'm gonna like, it's not just being said to nobody, because I'm sure cell signal is absolutely awful right here. I have no idea if any of this is going through right now. I'm assuming we're probably pushing some signal. Just the Starlink is struggling. It looks like cell signal itself is kind of halfway decent, maybe. Yeah, it looks like we are pushing signal okay. Fantastic. At least right this moment. Yeah, the Starlink does not like being under the precipitation and the tree cover. Yeah, that was a really bad area for any sort of internet signal there. saw a little bit of lightning. On this pathetic little rain shower, I've actually seen more lightning than I have on any other storm all day. That's slightly interesting and strange, I guess. Minimal standing water there. Yeah, there's a couple areas on this road where it's starting to get a little water accumulation on it. So maybe that going south towards that other area may not be a bad idea. Definitely nothing major, but so we're gonna turn onto 49 is the road we'll go south on. Alright, good news. Fire danger is low today. Thank you, Smokey. Alright, here is 49. we're heading down towards Berlin, I guess. Not that far away from here, are we? No, we're like less than 10 miles, so we'll be there in no time. That was a good strike of lightning. Shocked that we're getting more lightning out of these rain showers, I'll call them, than we did from some of the better looking, quote, storms earlier. Zach is here. Oh, I'm sorry, Zach, that your truck gets 15. I'm very sorry to hear that. Gonna check the map for something. No, Green Bay is not at risk. The most that they'll get is probably some rain at this point. Overall, the entire risk area is pretty much at a minimal severe risk now. At this point, it's pretty much just heavy rain is a potential hazard for the entire risk area. Everything has weakened substantially at this point. thunder in Berlin? Well, that's where we're currently heading, so I guess we will see. I'm assuming that you're talking about Berlin, Wisconsin, not Berlin, Germany. I think that's a pretty safe bet. Right now we are pretty much in central Wisconsin. We are by Berlin, Auroraville, which is pretty much, it's probably like half hour southwest of Oshkosh. Roughly, depending drive time, so. Yeah, there is some good lightning going on. And there's the first thunder that I've heard all day. Left and right. Let's see, how is radar looking at this point? I mean, really not much. Even that area of heavy rain seems to be dissipating, so this it might be, I don't know, probably wrapping things up here within the next 40 minutes or so, just because there's really nothing else that'll be happening, but we'll still come down here and just see how things are looking. Yep, that's a good way of saying it. Like, what's here right now is like absolute trash. There's really nothing happening other than heavy rain, which could lead to localized issues. So this is a pretty steady rainfall right now. Bit of standing water on the road. kind of making one last pass for something potentially noteworthy. We're just driving down here to Berlin to see if there's any flooded roads or anything, because looks like they got a pretty good deluge of rain for a little bit. And it's right along the river, and there's a couple little streams and creeks, it looks like. So, just passing through here. The drainage ditches are quite full, so there's a sign that they're doing the job, which is good. Yeah, there's a good amount of standing water like in some of these fields and lower lying areas, so I would not be surprised if there's some potential minor, I'll call it minor flooding issues in the area. But nothing that has me concerned about anything at all. Not that I expected to be, but just making it clear that there does not appear to be anything at this point. Just go down here a little bit. Okay, yes, I know the sign is not happy at me that I'm going 31 miles an hour in a 25 zone. I'm not going 45. I'm going 24 miles an hour. My goodness. That thing needs to be recalibrated for sure. I'm not just saying that. I was going 24 miles an hour and it said I was going 45. That's slightly off. it's slightly more than slightly off. Past another fantastic gas station known as Quick Trip. Not driven through Berlin in a very, very long time. Oh, I hope Zach is still here. Ready? Stand by. Must turn the camera and hope it picks it up. See that white sign, reflective sign right there? It says Buc-ee's. There's your Buc-ee's, and it does not compare at all to the Quick Trip that was just down the street. So there you go. It just shows that Quick Trip is indeed superior to Buc-ee's. I just had to point, I saw that and I was like, I gotta point it out. You know. It was a requirement. Guess this road curves around this way. Now, probably gonna just drive down here for a couple minutes and then start heading back towards the interstate, I guess. Well, I guess Google does not know where I am. I just got a push notification that I was in a severe thunderstorm warning, but it has not updated since I was like down by Baraboo like 2.5 hours ago. So I was like, there's no way this area just went under severe thunderstorm warning, and indeed I was correct. if somehow this area went under a severe thunderstorm warning for whatever this is, I would be personally calling the National Weather Service and saying, hey, this does not need to be here. I guess I'll just stop here for a minute and just figure out where I'm actually going. Because I have zero clue. I guess at this point I'm just gonna put somewhere, I don't know, let's put Nina in the GPS. See which route it wants me to take to get over that direction. Yeah, I know this area very, very roughly. Like, I'm in no way knowledgeable about the road network here, but I know just enough to kind of get around. Now I'm just gotta wait for traffic to pass from behind me so that we can safely turn around. This road is plenty wide enough, and here we go. Oh, I had a full lane and a half to spare. Oh dear. I'm a little afraid to ask Omega's light. I'm slightly afraid to ask what your idea would be. Google Maps and I have a very strange love-hate relationship that we've acquired over many different excursions and trips. So I don't think I could ever use anything else other than Google Maps, because it's the one I'm most familiar with, and I know its quirks, and I can generally figure out when it's trying to give me BS directions. So generally speaking. Yeah, we'll keep the live stream going for just a couple minutes, probably till we get closer to the interstate, just because you never know. Not expecting anything interesting to happen, but I've also figured out that it's sometimes easier just to keep live stream going an extra 20 minutes or so in case there's something minorly interesting than not be streaming and be like, oh, I wish I still had the live stream going. So we'll keep it on just for a couple minutes yet, but we're pretty much wrapping up. So since some people might be heading off in a couple minutes before we officially wrap it up, I just wanted to say thanks to everyone who hopped over today, the people who liked and subscribed, all that fun stuff. Hoping to potentially be live again on Saturday, so not tomorrow, because tomorrow's risk area is just, I wasn't going to be able to make it, and it just didn't make a lot of sense to drive all the way there to North or South Dakota and then have to drive back east to the potential risk area for Saturday being maybe Minnesota. Like, I know they've heard it a lot in the past week or so, but take this with a grain of salt because I haven't looked at a lot of the model runs since yesterday. But it's potentially like the Rochester area, and then Sunday could potentially be somewhere in Wisconsin again. So, again, we're not quite done here, but just wanted to put that piece of information out there in case people were going to start heading out. So. Mailbox looked like it was a deer for a second, poking its head out of the tall grass. Check something real quick. Just check to see if there were any sort of reports of flooding or any like tree damage or anything. I didn't expect much because there wasn't much wind, but not seeing any reports of flooding, which is good. Just wanted to see if there was anything that, or any specific area that may have been impacted more so by heavy rain. I figured probably not because there weren't even any flood warnings out, but it never hurts to double check. Yeah, the storms today definitely fizzled out a lot sooner, I would say, than a lot of people were anticipating. And the, quote, I don't want to call them very much prefrontal storms, but because that usually has a more significant, it's usually a more significant terminology when talking about severe weather, but those, quote, prefrontal cells that were in a ways in front of the squall line did not materialize. Oof. Wow. Did not materialize quite in the way that I think the National Weather Service was expecting. But regardless, I think the forecast today was very well done, because the environment was definitely there and it was undetermined how the storms would interact with it. And then luckily it was not the outcome that could have happened with, lots of tornadoes, and not lots of, but a couple tornadoes in those prefrontal cells. But overall, I would say the severe threat today significantly underperformed from what the environment could have allowed it to do. I'll say it like that. The storm significantly underperformed from what the environment allowed them to potentially do. We're about 12 miles west of Oshkosh, so probably shut down the live stream when we get there, and then I might find something to eat, or I might just wait and eat something once I get back home. But we will see how I feel, and if I feel like I need to get something to eat. I prefer not, because, why pay for food on the road when, I'm not that far from home and I can just eat when I get there. But at the same time, it's like, man, it's really tempting. Actually point the camera off this way to the right just a little bit, because there's been a couple of decent-ish lightning flashes over there, so maybe you guys will see something. Probably as soon as I turn the camera that direction, there'll be like a giant lightning bolt directly in front of the vehicle, just out of the frame of the camera. Yeah, I Graybeard, I think I drug this one on about as long as I possibly could in case something did re-intensify, but I think it's pretty much done. And I feel pretty confident in saying that. severe rain. Oh, and just as I say that, hold your horses. Well, west side of Madison just went under severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible. I mean, we're obviously not gonna get there, but I would say the southern portion, like from Wisconsin down south, there's still some severe risk, but north of that, I would say the only risk at this point is some heavy rain. Oh, fantastic. This road is closed. It looks like we turn left here. Yeah, I wasn't expecting much from today, but it was fun to be out here and chase locally. You know, you don't have to drive 13 hours to get to a target area. Stand by, I'm gonna wait till we can get some better cell signal so we're not underneath the trees. Signal should get better and momentarily, I think, depending on how well these trees clear out. Yeah, I wasn't expecting much from today, but it was a local chase and, you know, slight risk 5% tornado. It's like, well, if something happens, it would really stink to, you know, be less than an hour and a half away from something and just not being out there. So if something did happen, we would have been here, but still quite enjoyable. Had fun. Are they turning in? Yes, they're turning into a driveway. Perfect. Get the camera spun this way a little bit so you guys can see where we're going. Not just looking off into the dark trees of nothingness. Look, a little bit of lightning off in the distance. Would you believe it? Quite a bit of lightning off in the distance. Would you believe it? Yeah, the camera is slightly out of focus because it's not out of focus, it's just got a couple of raindrops on the lens, which is making everything blurry. See if maybe I can blow some of those raindrops off with the wind. Might not be going quite at a high enough rate of speed on these back roads to be able to blow it off like you do at highway speeds. You know what? There's like, we've got some lightning going on, so at this point, if you guys are going to be able to see it, might as well have it be a clear picture. So I'll just go wipe the rain off the lens real quick. I just had ever-living daylight scared out of me. Hold on, we'll get back on the road and then I will explain what happened. I literally just stepped out of the vehicle. I still had 1 foot in the vehicle the entire time. So off in the distance, like maybe a couple 100 yards behind the vehicle, there were like these, it sounded like these birds were fighting, and it was kind of a creepy, eerie noise. And then I'm out there, and then the windshield wipers were on like the delayed wipe, so like they weren't going, and then all of a sudden, like, I was like, oh, that's kind of an eerie noise, and then like the windshield wipers go like a foot away from me, so it's just like movement and this weird like squeaking noise on the windshield. That scared me just a little bit. Oh, and now we're driving back into rain, so the sun on the sun on the camera again, but oh well. What can you do? I think that made my heart skip a beat. It was just like the weirdest thing, and the timing could not have been worse. Yeah, we will. Yeah, out. If it wasn't for those birds, the windshield wipers would not have scared me at all. But it was just a combination of both of those things at the perfectly inopportune time that made everything just happen. guess this is the road. Man, that road was really hard to see. That's the weirdest thing. All this lightning is off to the northeast, where there's nothing but like the weakest little rain showers that you could think of. Here we are. What, 1.5 miles till we turn east on 21? Yeah, that sounds about right. If I truly wanted to, I could definitely find a way to, you know, drag this stream on for probably another hour and a half by driving south towards like Fond du Lac, but I'm just honestly not up for it, and it's just dragging on way longer than there's been anything interesting for. So again, once we get up towards like Oshkosh, I'll shut the stream down. So just a couple minutes. I mean, I could drag the stream on, but then there'd be nothing more interesting than you've seen already today, so it's just kind of pointless. Okay, don't shut your high beams off, just keep blinding me. Yep, always fun. So before I turn on to the busy street here, I'm just gonna pull off to the side here and shut things down. So thanks everyone who joined in today. Although it was a fairly uneventful stream, it was a fun one nonetheless. So thanks everyone who joined in, like, subscribe the video, all that fun stuff. And I hope to be back Saturday. I'll post an update either sometime tomorrow. I'll post an update, but alright, night everyone, and see you next time.